Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Rickety Railway, Neo Contra, Tubjo. We're back. I've done some testing after the Discord. The secret channel told me that my water setup is not good. And they said that the issue that we are having is because of the pollution treatment. The thing we spent like a whole stream testing. I tested it again off stream and it worked off stream. So what we do need is water wells that output clean water. And then the treatment plant won't run into the issue during maintenance. So we need to set that up, and I need to go over to the island and set up another clean water source, I guess, with people nearby that can work in it. So that's gonna be something. Maybe we can have a footpath crossing along here. And put a water well on this area. It was like we said when we tested, that 90% quality water should not cause any problems, and then anything below that, once we go to this 80 and 70% from the water intake, is a real issue. So having clean water sources on this island should hopefully solve our issue during maintenance of the water treatment plant. And we'll have to replace the water intakes, which basically just means disconnecting a water pipe and then connecting a new one. I don't know what I was planning here. Oh, I was just testing stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. With the risk of me asking stupid questions, what happens if you dig a hole and use it for water source? It's the same quality water as the river water, 77%, which is very dirty. The water treatment plant can only purify about 10% of its water as wastewater, and anything above that does cause a throughput issue. I don't know why it didn't show up in our testing. I probably did something wrong, because it now shows up. So what we need to do is, yeah, run it this way. Good thing about this is we will be able to build this all with footpaths, because, well, we could use a road connection. We don't need to. But this might turn the whole island into a nature preserve if we do that, which I guess I'm not really opposed to. And we might have to set up a fire station occasionally, so we will probably need a road connection going through here. Anyway. So we'll demolish this and hook it up to a water well. A large water well can do 240 cubic meters, which is enough for the water treatment plant, if it has sufficient workers. The workers will have to come from the city. And this should give it enough quality. If we build it here, 87%, which would be below quality what we need. We can build it in range of the electric substation every now and then. I don't want to set up a dedicated one for it, I don't think. We'll have a footpath coming from the road to build everything on this side, and then a footpath crossing. And probably a road underneath. Actually, we don't need a road. Fire station vehicles can also go over the footpaths. And I guess they will also travel across the footpaths at full speed, because when they're snowed in, they don't care about that, I think. I hope. I don't know if this can catch on fire. I believe it can't, but I'm not sure. I think it can. I don't know. So that's what we're gonna do. We'll set up a water well. Might as well set up a substation too, I guess. Pedestrian crossing over here. Steel bridge. Let's make this a straight path to about here. It's not like how the footpath is hooked up. I can change that. That should work. And then we'll have footpaths along here. For the fire station vehicles, I think, going into the main road. And that would then provide our clean drinking water. So I'm going to revert that and say that yes, this should help. Which I guess we'll find out during the next maintenance. Bit of a temporary footpath, so we can upgrade this one as well. And I guess that's what we will build. And fire station vehicles will have to go across here. Otherwise they will travel a long way around. Currently the fire station is in the recycling area. Apparently it doesn't have its own waste storage connection. I'm pretty sure we had it hooked up to something. Interesting. Oh yeah, it is hooked up, it's just not emptying it out fast enough. Because this is sending vehicles in here from very far away, which are incapable of emptying it out fast enough. Right. I guess we'll set up a second waste storage then, because I don't know why this is having so much waste. It's the waste from these plants, I guess? Yeah, looks like it. That looks like it is the issue. All of these have run full with mixed waste. Because it's not this building that is handling this anymore. I don't know if I can solve that. I would have to run these at only a kilometer distance, then they can't get to them anymore. Yeah, I guess we'll have to limit that. These outer ones need to be low distance. That will hopefully cause the normal technical service to become active again. And filter out the waste properly. We have the option of building a road, but like I said, we don't want this to drop below 90% if we can help it. It's gonna be a little bit of a green space, the hellhole that is the MegaCity. But I do want to fix the water supply. Wait a minute. No, that's a large pipe, for sure. Yeah, I can choose a medium pipe, but it's a large pipe. Oh, if you delete a demolition task, it cancels it. Good to know. So this water purification plant will have to go away for now. Unless we want the water pipe to go around it. Let me check. If this is going to provide clean water, it's also going to be... I guess we could hook up a new water source for now and run this. Make this a whole new water source for the time being. Yeah, we'll probably use buffer storages as well. Make it a little bit more obvious and reliable wherever we are noticing or facing the issue. Wedges. Aerodynamicus, welcome. I guess we could use multiple water tanks. I don't like the extra electricity consumption though. But I guess we'll just deal with that. It's fine. Extra pumps pumping back out of these water towers. These underground water storages. So we'd run the water treatment into this. And the clean water intake will come in from the other side. And we'll get new pumps. 2 pumps pumping it out of the water well into the water treatment plant. With clean enough water, should be able to get around 70% of a 240 cubic meter capacity during maintenance season. Seems exactly for stupid questions about the game. No, it's right. That's totally right. Water tower, right. Large pipe. Wait, no, 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 no. Wait a minute. Wrong connection. That one. Alright, water supply from the water tower. Large pressure. Passive water supply into the substations in case something goes wrong with the pumps. Will give us a little bit of extra capacity. We will need 2 water pumps out of these, which is going to draw more electricity. But there's enough substations in the area that should be able to balance out the demand. I hope. Maybe not. I'll probably set up a dedicated substation. The heliponds, I'm aware, just have not played with water. Can make water reservoir near fire station with helicopter. Yes, that you can do. This is the water pumps coming in from the water well. I could have the water pumps directly next to the water output, which I guess kind of makes sense. But it should work this way too. So that would be our new water supply for the city. I could add another buffer storage, I guess, in case this thing undergoes maintenance, but then we need another water pump, and I guess I'll do that. So we'll add water reservoirs here too. Sure, let's go all out. It's only costing us extra electricity. It'll supply some extra redundancy. I do not fully know the water yet. It appears like. And when I tried to learn it, the game behaved differently, and then I claimed, oh, it doesn't behave like that. When in fact it totally does. Maybe, no. Secret police, excellent. I need some vehicles. Personal cars. I have to flip the factory connection around and store some. Only 3, and then we can export again. Send them to the new secret police. Always something new. Always something new to learn. You think you know everything? Then you get told you don't. That might sting a little. But that's the game. then you need to deduce and test if that is true or not. Not just take it as fact. Because other people might also not know something, but yeah. Was good advice this time. We could set up a fire station here, which will probably be a good idea, having a fire station nearby. So that they can just get onto the footpath and extinguish anything that could affect the safety of our water supply, that is. But yeah, I'm gonna oversize the new water supply and see if we can make this work nicely for us. We're planning for 2 full water pipes. Each one can have its own storage tank because we need dedicated pumps anyway. So might as well run it through a pump and spend an extra... run it through a tank and spend extra pump on each. That is super weird game. That is definitely not how it should be. Definitely not. There we go. Okay. And now I need the water pumps for the tanks, which I'm not going to be able to hook up the way it's built. So I better flip those around. I need an intake on the outer side. Well, let's move that one. That'll do. And then we can pump it over across. Don't think I have room for a footpath through here. That would be kind of cool. Need to build the water tanks with that in mind. So pump it into a tank, pump it out of the tank into this building, pump it out of the building into a tank, pump it out of the tanks into the city. Which basically doubles our power consumption of the whole setup, because instead of 4 pumps we need 8 pumps. Because we're setting up extra tanks. And we will need an extra electrical substation in the area. Double pumping, yeah. I mean, each pump can only do 1 pipe, 127 cubic meters, from what I know. So I don't want to overload them. So 2 can do 240 cubic meters, what the building can do. And the storage tanks will hopefully give us a buffer. for when we are doing maintenance on everything. Water quality is still 90+%. I'll set up an electrical substation nearby, and that will provide electricity. And other than that, we don't need anything, because this water pump does not need sewage, thankfully. Even though it has workers, they're not pooping into the water supply. These pumps are kind of duplicate, because what really is needed is to go back into these pumping stations, which already exist. I would like to hook up the city's water supply to the pumps that are in this area, but I don't think I can do that easily. I also would like to build a water tower here for this substation, in case there's a problem. Small pipe into water tower, medium pipe into substation. So do I want these pumps or not? Do we just go into the existing system? I think the existing system works okay once we have it hooked up. So in theory I don't need those water pipes. Those pumps, I mean. So I'll skip on those pumps, I guess. I'll vote for both. More systems equals more security. Yes. More systems. Nothing can go wrong with that. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Yeah, we need dedicated new water pipes. They're not going. This whole thing will become obsolete, and we'll build another water supply with a clean water source elsewhere, somewhere in the north here. But this will handle the existing water purification plant. This will become obsolete, I think. But I do believe last time you had issues with loyalty, and you were doing some changes to fix that. Loyalty should not have an issue with that. It's the water quality and the amount of workers inside the building. It's doing 100% of what it can right now. Can't really output much more. But yeah, there's stuff we want to do. This whole area we can supply directly from the new water purification plant. If that has output issues, then I don't know what we could do to remedy that. So it'll go into a water tower. Middle one. There you go. From the water tower it can then go across and into the substation itself. Can't go underneath the large water tank, obviously. And then that one would connect into the water tower directly. Then one water tower for this substation and one for the one out here. But it would be connected behind the tanks. I think it should all be in the water pipes behind the output of the... Yeah, it should be behind the water output out of the large tanks. We're not going to hook up anything before that, otherwise it's going to mess with the potential output. So this will stay. Everything's already built that way. Upgrading these pipes from medium to large pipes is not easily doable. We would have to set up a completely new substation everywhere we want to replace it. Or have a ton of water trucks, I guess, to feed new water into the area. I guess water trucks would work. Since if we cut off the water supply would go down. And they wouldn't consume it as running water anymore. That should work. Well, that's gonna be the new setup, I guess. Let's change this a little bit, make it look nicer. Oh no, 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 no. Too aggressive. There we go. Stop deleting stuff I tell you to delete. I do not know if we have enough electricity for this whole setup. Water pumps can be quite demanding. Right. Also have to consider the footpath access. Two water tanks? Yeah, because we need two water pipes anyway to get over 130 cubic meters, so it makes sense. Could pump it into the same tank, but since we need double the pumps anyway, we might as well get double the water storage capacity out of it. Just an extra buffer that we can get this way. So if we have to rework the water tank, we can do that because we'll have to. Seems like it is frustrating. Nah, it's just set up, it's fine. I mean, it's workers and resources, right? Seems frustrating. Yeah. That's why we like it. Because once it works, it's beautiful. Hopefully. That's the fun part, yeah, that's the fun part. Nah, I think the fun part is once everything is in place, also watching it run, that's also really fun. But yeah, frustration is part of it. These water pipes are way too deep underground. It's gonna take ages to dig them out otherwise, so this will be better. Is it because of power system? No power. I mean, I do need to fix power. They will have their own power supply, basically. Still not sure if I'm going to run the power supply directly from the power plants. Probably from the transformer here. That'll get 2 connections going this way into the electrical substations. So 2 dedicated power lines coming directly from the power plant going to our water purification setup. Really? Because of the power pole? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Why is so complainy? I don't get it. Oh, now you want to build here, huh? Right. Hello, Chupop Games. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was Alchemy Factory for you? Hope you had a good stream. I've seen it a little bit, tempted to get it. Still not sure what to make of that game. Something's weird. Alright. We're past. I don't know what that was, but loving it. Excellent. Another one for positively vouching for that game, I guess. Well, it is on the list, so every time I think it would be good if it gives me a hit on the next advancement. Ah, okay. Good progression system then. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'll set up a substation in assistance of the pumps and the water purification plant here. I want to make the water setup redundant and sufficient for everything. And that's going to overbuild it, which is going to cause extra waste and shortages, but hey, that's what we're dealing with. The issue we might be facing is electricity, and I guess that's one of the lower worries in this case. Sorry for the raid and run, back soon. Alright, no problem. I might be able to entertain the people if they know what Workers and Resources is. Welcome Raiders, I'm Das Brightshred. We're playing Workers and Resources, you might have heard of it. It's a city building game set in Eastern Europe during the Cold War. And before and after. We're playing it a little bit differently. We're doing early start DLC exclusively, mostly. Which means old vehicles, old everything. And it has been going on like that for a while now. Currently we're setting up a water purification plant that is due to replace the one we have inside the city with hopefully cleaner water. The water purification plant in the city will then be switched over to a water intake from another water well up north. I think... actually it might just be relocated. I still don't know. We could also just hook up a water well here that's clean. Playing it differently, Cuba style, everything is old and replaced, and people need to learn to maintain it, yes. I think the water purification plant is going to go away. We'll have another one up north next to the university area, or maybe next to the sewage treatment plant, somewhere up here, where the train is going to be. It's also going to draw clean water from the island. Hello Thorgrim, welcome. At least that would be the plan. A little bit of a redesign, reworking. Just a second. Wait a minute. Someone wrote a word that might indicate to me I might have to restart the game. Not sure. Don't see it in my list. Someone said that there might be an update for Workers and Resources internal branch. I'll wait until a response. Maybe we'll restart the game and see what's new. Midstream update, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Okay, water tower is nearing completion. We'll get rid of this pipe. Demolition office should not be too far away for that. It'll drain its water quickly, and then whatever... I mean, let's test it real quick. Let's make sure it's fine before I do this, otherwise a lot of people are gonna die again. Some houses will probably go without water pressure, but they should have low water consumption, because they're not on pressurized water anymore. So we should be okay with this, if we're changing it quickly. Let me know when the demolition is done. I'm setting up water towers everywhere to create a little bit of redundancy in the network, in addition to the new water setup at the purification area. Well, I mean, this is going to get built. It's going to replace all water purification inside the city. Hoping this will then provide a redundant network supply of at least 200 cubic meters. So we can run more water distribution off of the existing purification plant with this. That we'll have to make sure. So yeah, sometimes you do testing and you get a negative result, and then you base your whole idea how something works or doesn't work in the game around it, and then that comes back to bite you at some point. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. What are we working on today? A new water purification setup. This time with clean water, because apparently the impact of the input water does matter. So our test was incorrect. So we're setting up a double security setup with the water pump providing water into water tanks. I mean, the setup is way too redundant, I think, for the non-purified water. This one has a 600 cubic meter internal water storage already. Adding another 1,000 on top of that seems excessive, but like I said, only costs us a bit of maintenance and extra electricity. Well, we should be okay. The large water pumps themselves have a maximum water capacity, electricity consumption capacity of 0.65. So 1.3 megawatts, which is 2.6 megawatts for 4 water pumps at full throughput. We can only do 1.85 with a single substation. So the throughput is going to be limited. But they can do more than a large water pipe, so it should not get to that point. And if it does, we'll have to build another substation. This should give us a lot of points of angles of attack. For example, if we need to hook up some other water source, we can put it into the water tanks. We could also put it into the water pumps. Or into the pumps back here. It's all pretty much excessive overkill. Well, that's what we're going to do now. So I'm still working on the water setup to try and get its quality of supply higher, while also introducing some redundancies. Oh my god, I'm glad this is not too close. I was a little bit worried there for a moment, but it's fine. Sheesh. Another water tower here, providing a little bit of a buffer once we run out. If there's a fluctuation in supply somewhere. And I'll introduce water towers all over the place, I think. Now and in the future. Still need to set one up here. It's also going to make the city look a little bit cooler, I think, having water towers everywhere. That I would like to keep pursuing. Water comes into the area, goes into a water tower, and from the water tower passively trickles into the substation. This water and sewage pipe would never work if I placed it now, because, well, there's water tanks, but order matters. We're placing them after the fact, so we are allowed to place them apparently. Okay, we'll build this water tower. And then rework this water pipe from the switch to just take a detour into the water tower. More redundant water supply. For early start, seems to be a good idea if we're getting into the population counts that we're trying to get to right now. I hope we don't have to set up a bus stop or anything else to try and get workers to go here more reliably. But yeah, this is our project, I guess. Before we keep pushing for higher population capacity, because if the current water treatment plant undergoes maintenance again, we're gonna lose a bunch of people due to lack of water again. Maybe not as many, because we're setting up redundant water supply. This substation was the most affected. Whenever there was a maintenance going on, this small water pipe received no water. And that caused issues, because the people were still demanding running water, because the water connection was still with a pipe. But it didn't get enough. And this will introduce a little bit of a buffer. So, fixing existing issues is what we're doing. Ah, okay. There was no update. Someone was just excited that an update might be coming soon and was asking for it without a question mark. Never mind. They want the update. Yep. I also got a little bit excited for that, but oh well. We might as well set it up, right? For example, we could keep this water purification plant and have a redundancy in this area. So, two-stage water supply setup could work. Because the city is that important. So you have a water pump plus a water purification plant ×2 feeding into the city in case something goes wrong with one side. It's a lot of redundancy. It won't really increase your chemical consumption, but it does increase your maintenance of things. That's kind of what we're paying for with the demand for high population capacity with relatively inefficient buildings. Worth it. Yeah. Then I would set up another clean water well, clean-ish, 90% plus, to provide water for the city's water purification plants. We'll set up another water well here, somewhere. It does need access to workers though, so it probably can't be too far away from the existing setup. storage tanks across. Getting to 90% should not be a huge deal. As long as we're only sticking to water purification plant setups. No water, 1,877 people. Surely they'll be fine, right? You have water pressure, you do not. You're completely out of water now. Well, it's winter, it's fine. There's enough water around on the ground. Just drink that. Melted. I'll go drink some alcohol. Where are all the clocks though? We need something like this by the clock tower. Not enough clocks in the city, I guess. Putting that into the city would be ridiculous, no? And I know what Mega Monkey's gonna say. Either YOLO or worth it or something like that. That is the scale of Big Ben to what we have built so far. I'm not gonna build it. I'm pretty sure. Just got banned for saying hi. What? Not on my channel. Hello, burner. Capitalizing the H, huh? That might do it. I mean, I can also ban you for saying hi if you want to, but I'm not sure if you're looking for that. It is a weird name, yeah. You know what? Let's keep the water tower out of here. It's fine. We'll put it outside. Here instead. Behind the storage setup. Or somewhere here. Burner account. Well, yeah, having a burner account is kind of strange with a lot of numbers. So people are worrying. For saying hi, I don't know. Probably preemptive these days. People being scared of bots and everything. Where can I put the water tower? I guess just here. put it here. I don't think I'll get rid of the sewage pipe, even though I really, really want to, because I don't like it clipping through the tanks when it's not really allowed to. But I guess all that matters, if the sewage pipe is there, they'll build the water tanks around it, right? That'll be fine. And then that would connect back into the water purification. And the substation. Be right back. Sure. Or maybe they don't like Assetto Corsa Competizione, I guess. You never know. Thank you for sharing grievances and then leaving. It's probably just a preemptive, hopefully not getting banned kind of deal. I don't know. Yeah, we might hook up the city's other water purification plant as well. I don't know. Too much redundancy is just really, really cost ineffective. But, I mean, our whole population hangs on this. We want the 200 cubic meter throughput. That's what we should be able to handle. So the sewage treatment plant has the same throughput calculation then. It can remove at most 50% of the waste. So it can deal at most with 50% polluted water. Everything else, everything higher than that will reduce its processing efficiency. So if you have 75% pollution, then I guess it'll run at 75 polluted water would be 50% more wastewater, which would mean you run at half the capacity of the building, I guess. What a horrifying waste of chemicals. I mean, having more buildings doesn't really increase the amount of chemicals. But if you run something like a chemical treatment plant through there, and it's inside the city and it should output into the same river, kinda need to do something, right? Madness. Sure. Also bring the water pipe back here so we have incoming and outgoing. Just worry, I'm gonna run into the issue that I won't be able to connect it back, but I guess we'll try it. Oh no, wait, we want a large water pipe. I can't do that. Well, a medium one, a larger water pipe, so this one has to be completely demolished anyway. Small pipe in with pressure, active pressure. Larger pipe, in this case medium pipe, out with passive pressure. No clipping, Mega Monkey. Look at that. It's beautiful. Didn't get your wish. I'm sorry. Powerful, yeah. I think I'm gonna make a screenshot of that, post it in someone's Discord. Let me do that. There we go. It's basically doubling up the building space, right? Previously you thought, yeah, it's reserved for a cableway station. Now we're like, yep, can do more than that. It's actually very efficient. As if this was a road, but we're taking half of the road's capacity. We're taking the road again for building a house underneath. So I guess it's like a bridge. For passengers. Uh-oh. So... could this be considered a root shape? I don't know. I don't think it can be. It's too... no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There's our water supply again. People have water again. It's an Easter egg here. 2 in fact. Water supply connected to the cableway system? Oh god. Now you're saying something. Have a cableway running over here for the water for the water wells. No, it's not hooked up to that right now. It's in walking distance. So a small cableway station carrying workers across here. That would be weird. We'll see if we have to do that. I hope not. Maybe we'll have to run a second water well to guarantee the capacity of the workers here walking to this building, these buildings. Or we'll set up some houses, like I said, on footpaths here. Behind the orphanages, a couple smaller buildings. Should be able to get things done and be in closer proximity to run this. Okay, production of the rail vehicle production is through. We got all the wagons we want. Apparently I didn't send you back out, but we haven't run out of crops yet, so I guess it's fine. Another 13 wagons, which are all in here. Just gotta wait for them to get carried out. Would have also solved it in the city by just setting up a second water purification plant. But I think for the sense of efficiency we want to learn a little bit about the water treatment and try and run it at better efficiency. We'll still have the redundancy built. From these water pumps, we could bring them out into the second water treatment plant, I guess, which is currently the water supply off of this. So instead of building another water well on with a completely dedicated line, we'll hook it up here. In total, it should supply 240 cubic meters at all times. So we're doubling the capacity to make that reliable. I might need another water well, but it would also hook up earlier. It would hook up into the water pumps on this end. Off to the side of these water connections here. I think that's what we're gonna do. We'll leave the water supply in the city where it is, build a second one, and then double the output of the water well in the area. That'll hopefully be able to give us 200 cubic meters of water, what we initially sought. This has 10 to 20 days of water supply in here as a little bit of a buffer. Yeah, redundancy in the water network I never really paid much attention to. I just overbuilt the capacity. And in other runs where I cared about pollution, the water source was always clean water. Except when I had the water well in the city, but then I just built more water treatment plants. MegaCity had its water wells inside the city. MegaCity 1. Get all of that built. So yeah, maybe some housing behind the orphanage and the water treatment plant. With 1 or 2 footpath bridges across going into the water wells to provide clean water. Maybe a fire truck nearby, a fire station. I'll get it set up. Don't need to notify me that the building has been deactivated, thank you. .47 train cars at 442 meters. We can go back on the route. 827 tons of crops are now available to be carried with this train. Our 5th long train, I think. 2 coal trains, 1 gravel train, and now 2 crop trains. At some point the loading speed from the long trains at the border might be also too slow for the crops, and then... Oh my god, that's a long train, yeah. Then they'll have to go to a farm to load crops way faster to increase efficiency. We'll probably have another water purification setup on the island at the north, like I said. But this is going to be our new test bed on the eastern side. The northern one would supply the other side of the city. Small cableway station here, bringing workers over to the water supply. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. We'll probably build one if we have to. That is not an issue anymore. Can carry it across the road. Probably even over the technical service buildings. The distribution office buildings, I mean. But I think the water clean water supply will all be fairly close to the main road. I would have to go quite a bit. It's only going to be an issue if the worker count is insufficient. We'll have to wait to see that be a problem. Alright, let's think about the next water tower as a redundancy for the network. This one, the substation, small water pipe, should go into a water tower, then into a medium water pipe to supply said substation. Let's do the other ones first. This one out here. I'm pretty sure I can build this here if I were to take the cableway down for a moment. Or we can also build it across, that's fine. Safety clearance and all that. So water pipe comes in. And then goes out. Yep, both crop trains are currently at the border loading, so you'll have to excuse a little bit of a delay, but they'll be back soon. As the first one. Second one is still loading. Nope, I think the second one might have already pulled into the train station the moment that the warning message popped up. Yep, it's already here. 1987, we still have horses. We're not going off of horses. This is a 19th century style settlement. We're just not resetting the date, but this is going to continue staying with horses as the main form of transportation. Horses and trains, basically. Some trucks are allowed, especially for high, very important areas, to be able to get a nice population density going, but it's mainly going to stay with horses, yes. Put the water tower here. A little bit closer to the substation. Next to the heating plant. water pipe in. Large water pipe back out. Larger. Yep. Barely noticeable on the graphic, but it is there. Okay, feels weird to see that on this age. Yeah, I can't. We started in 1880, and I thought I would modernize, but I don't want to modernize because I want to spend time and see if we can get to 100,000 citizens with horses and trains. Even the year 2050 does will use horses. Yeah, it's just a counter. Should have set it to, I don't know, 0 AD or something like that, but then it would have been weird too. Basically a counter as if this is the amount of years we have been in this republic. Set it to the year 0. So it's not showing the date, but it's showing the year and the month and the day. That would actually be a way to do it, wouldn't it? You don't count the year, you just count the amount of years you have been in the republic, and you set a starting year. And then, well, I guess the vehicle unlocking wouldn't work that way. But then the horse plague started, yeah. I'm telling you, it's gonna be super weird once I get a really modern republic again, where everything is just moving really fast. Like, this is our travel speed still. And we have 12,000 citizens. We need a ton of vehicles to supply everything, but it does work. What else are you missing and doing with this run before you can call it quits? The goal was 100,000 citizens, and I think the goal has been put too high. It's going to take forever, but the other challenge, the other reason would be just failure, I guess, unrecoverable failure, which isn't that far away, because trying to repopulate this costs us 1 million per 10 migrants. So currently we can get 3,000 citizens, I guess, to try and repopulate with the current money we have. Which is not a lot. But with loans we could fully repopulate the city. Once. 100k, wouldn't you need to build skyscraper to house so many? Well, the city's gonna grow. Wide instead of tall. It's supposed to encompass a large amount of area. If this can hold 15,000, that would be 30,000. Then extend settlement around the outside to maybe get to 70,000 and a bit more housing. The build style would not change. Can't get any more modern buildings than this. That would be the plan. I'm gonna produce a couple of water trucks to help alleviate the issue when we're reworking things. I can have 3 more, I guess. I'll move a waste truck into storage. You're gonna go to this scrap yard, you're 43 years old. Stop production after queue ends, let me know when it does end, and we'll restart it with personal car production. Don't think we have any water cistern horse carriages. No, just trucks. 2 of them. Definitely no sewage. $23 tons for 1 million rubles for biological waste and fertilizer. Sure. Alright, why not? I don't know how I broke the economy, but biological waste and fertilizer are doing funny things. It's gonna be the water pipe. I'm really happy this worked. I don't know how terrible it would be living underneath here, because you would always hear the clanking sound of a cableway going across, even if it's very quiet, but you could probably hear it because everything else is really quiet. You're not complaining about the train cars going over the steel, you're complaining about the steam engine and the other chooching noises that it's making. But here it would be just the clack. A constant, ever-present clack. 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 It never stops. Sheesh. Hello, Decipher. Welcome. What the hell, Burner? Sure? Good luck with that? Extracts I read all about it. MegaCity 19 stagnating. It's not stagnating, it's just slow. You bully. The power of the flute. Well, I mean, that's a ton of houses able to go to the water well. Might be still a problem that it's still the street, the footpath lights should probably be on the other side, otherwise I don't know. I don't think we'll need this. I think this is overkill. This whole housing block is going to do the water purification. You don't need to tell me the results, I don't need to know that stuff. Why would I need to know what you're doing? You didn't get banned because you said hi, they already knew you were trying to tell them your test results, I guess. Cause why not? Cause I don't need to know. Or I don't want to know. Otherwise you're gonna start telling me your horoscope, your... I don't know, what ChatGPT said about you, and other things that are irrelevant to what's going on right now. Decipher, are you doing that? Is that your chatbot? Did you make a chatbot called Burner? Only have my other account that you know. Yeah, the Twitch tabloid account, I remember. Tabloid, that's you. No. I'm pretty sure that's your account. Right. Technical service. Only water trucks should be able to go. None of the other vehicles will. 4 water trucks. While we're reworking things. Actually made a proper Twitch journalism without underscores, with a free webmail address. That is now gone, can't log in. Yeah, the no underscores would be nice. It's such a pain to rate you. Also, you might be able to, if the account was unused, put in a request with Twitch that you want to claim the account. Well, if that's on purpose, then I guess that's fine. Just letting you know. Gonna request a sprite thread. It's gonna be difficult to do because the account is still active. You can do that, but I don't think it's gonna work. And if it does, then it's gone, yeah. I guess that would be the end to my streaming career at that point. thought there was a traffic jam, but it's just dirt piles, it's fine. Piles of dirt for the kids to play in. Now they play in the waste container for the oh, this one isn't even the setup right. Wait, why? Wait. Oh, you're storing it here, right. They're playing in the waste container of the hospital, of the hazardous waste. A haystack of needles, basically. Yo, Osha, where do the kids play again? They play right here at the tennis court. And the volleyball court. Nothing going wrong here. It's all good. Yeah, right, seems fine to me, I guess. Excellent. That looks so neat, as if it really was put well together. I like it. Eigenlob stinkt. Well, I'm just commenting on it for the people who are just listening. Who can't see it, but do know that it looks really, really sweet. I just want to hear it. It burns. Where are fire cards? There they are. What's that on fire? Just a residential building. It's being put out right now. It's fine. No, it's all good. Good job, fire. Yes. Those do happen from time to time. So far nothing important has burned down yet. Recently. It's all good. stream are you, Heizungsmonteur? No. Why would I be? Did you break something in your house again? You keep doing that, huh? Why would you do that? Searching the type of gas in my region and said, your burner is too old, you need a new one. Yeah, that's you wouldn't let me in your house anyway, so I don't know what you're asking. I guess you're asking for a free quote? No, I'm not a Heizungsmonteur, you can't have that from me. I have no knowledge about that, even though it looks like I might. So, sorry. So yeah, we're at 70% or higher, meaning that if it would undergo maintenance, we might have a shortage at some point. We got 20% wear and tear left in the building before we need to be done with the new setup. Playing this game long enough, you might have enough knowledge about stuff like that. Yeah, there's no gas in the game, unfortunately. But I do know stationeers. And I have, some knowledge about exploding stuff with volatiles, I guess, in that game. Heizungsmonteur, that reminds me of the German cartoon. Is it called Werner? By any chance? Excellent. Peak German blue-collar humor. It's beautiful. Here come the emote spam. Oh man, if I had to redeem like Decipher, my stream might be under constant assault. Don't think I could do that. So yeah, trying to get to 15,000 citizens on the right eastern side of the MegaCity 19 center with the extensions we've built in now. Housing capacity wise, it's not going to be quite enough to get to 15,000, or it might be. Right. It might actually be. Yeah, we're not pushing high loyalty in here, that's not going to happen. Push for any loyalty again in the university, please. Thank you. We need more highly educated workers. Down to 24%. redemption song, sort of. Speaking of emotes, the one classic with the coffee cup is missing. Classic coffee cup emote? I don't know if Mega is here. Mega probably knows what you're talking about. I'm not sure which one that is. Okay, Mega Monkey, you have 3 guesses. Well, that's a lot of coffee cups, but... Is it the classic one? Let me... Wait, don't do it yet. Now you can. No, Mega, you have to wait until I do the... I don't know if you can do the permit. Maybe you can do the permit too. Maybe you can try it in the future. Instead of just saying yes and then they get, I don't know, the message removed. Coffee instead of cigarette. Oh, classic. That's what you mean by classic emote, I guess. I thought it was a classic emote, not the classic emote. Well, there's probably gonna be a ton of classic emotes with all sorts of items. That's just a copycat. That emote. Classical emote, yeah. We also have the classical emote. I need a... Okay, Mega, I have a search goal for you, which is going to be a stupid play on words. We need the classical emote, but instead it's something like Beethoven or someone as a duck. Because classical music, so classic, classical, classic, classical. Maybe that's too stupid. Game put to work. Well, it's like perfect time for that right now. Well, there's the classic coffee emote, I guess. The wish has been granted. I still don't know at what emote limit we're at right now. Beethaven. Yes, I guess that works. But that does not fulfill the as a duck emote request, so I wanted the head shake of the classic duck as a Beethoven. Dressed like a Beethoven basically, but that's fine. Or like any classical Like could have also been Mozart or someone else. I don't know. Was just an example. Beethaven. So it's the classic duck with different look, like head, hair, etc. Yeah. It's a very cool emote. Very satisfying. Fluid to look at. Can do a lot of stuff with it. I'm sure there's any footage of Beethoven, but I'll try. No, just a duck in... Just a duck in classic garment, if you want. It doesn't even have, like, it just needs to be the duck in era of enlightenment clothing. If you know what I mean. Maybe with the wig hair. That duck with wig hair, basically. the old school white or gray or something wig and like very high collar. I don't know why we're doing that right now. No, we're not doing ChatGPT for that. Okay, well, good enough, I guess. Thank you. It's you tried. You tried. E for effort, I guess. Steeper flats time? No. Ah, it's getting closer. That's bowler head, kinda classique. That's like either French or bowler head. 20th century, early 20th century. That's getting closer. Okay, now I'm gonna take a look too, because I want to see him. We're looking for emotes. My god, there's so many emotes. I don't think I can do that right now. But I think we need to add some that I just stumbled across by searching for wig. We need to add some wiggle emotes. Okay, that's a cowboy, yes. Good job. What's it called? I don't know. I mean, this is one I don't think you've added yet, but that looks like a Mega Monkey emote to me, so I'm just going to add that. No reason. It says I have a 600 emote limit in this list, so I don't know what you say with 1,000. But yeah, have that emote, I guess. That is a Mega Monkey emote if I ever saw one. There's too many emotes. I can't find what I want. It's not going to work out. Oh, this one is also a Mega Monkey emote. Let's add that one too. Alright, I think I'm done looking at emotes. Let's get back to the game. Sheesh. Emote overload, yeah. Couldn't find the one I wanted. Or subscribe to Mega Monkey and unlock all the emotes you could possibly ever want. Oh my god. We removed an emote? What happened? I mean, it was pretty weird, I guess, but... The head didn't move, I guess. Must have been the reason. Yes, that emote. That emote. Is that a Dorito or a tortilla? I don't know. Or is that from Zelda? Oh, that looks much better quality. Triangular pancake. I guess that could be it, yeah. Sure. Cheesy tortilla chips. I like those. I think I haven't had them for years though. Alright. Incoming water supply, please. One more delivery of steel and some workers. Welcome back to Bob Games. Yeah, every water substation in our city, in our settlement, should get a water tower to act as a buffer. Means I need that one down here too. Oh no, this one already has one. I'm good on that. This one has a water tower, that's good. This will need a water tower. The industrial area will need one. I mean, for the industry supply, maybe not so much. Definitely one in here, I think. It was connected here before. Come on, you can do this to me. Only this one. Only upgrade that one. Loyalty is going back up now that we have enough secret police again. Very slowly. These houses are filled. The large prison buildings are also filled, I guess. Looks decent. I mean, I guess that means we will try for the loyalty again in these houses. Really could do with a monument, couldn't they? There you go. Monument time. Genius. Yep. It does work. It's fine. It's really, really nice. Only felt a little bit scary the first time we did that because I was worried we're gonna lose all of our cable cars, but that doesn't happen. It's okay. Okay, that's not going to work. Maybe if we build it here, it's gonna be far away enough. Yes. Yes, it is. Very powerful. Much faster to tear down than a road. And very easy to test. I might be able to get a cableway, cableway to go through the industrial area. I have an idea. It's gonna be silly. So my thinking is, what prevents someone from running a cableway underneath another cableway? It does work. We can have cableway crossings. Well, they're not really crossings, but overpasses, underpasses, I guess. A gun? No. Gun came out too late. Still did it. Oh wow. Oh wow. Every height can go over every other height. Is that right? So the lowest one, second highest, second lowest ones, and the third lowest ones, the second highest ones. They can go all across each other. That's going to be a bit mental, I think. I don't know if this is doable then. See what I want, Mega Monkey. Cableway station somewhere in this residential area, going over the other cableway station. I wonder if we can go over the waste storage. I guess that wouldn't be a problem, right? I think it'll have very few issues with that. So my idea... We don't need large capacity, like a small cableway would be fine, but the idea would be to run a cableway through the industrial area, tall enough to go over the warehouses. And then come down and go underneath this setup. It works. This is going to be a ridiculous town with cableways. I'm letting you know right now. This is going to get really, really ridiculous. Oh my god. Wait, what? You're telling me that this works? No, I won't accept that. I can't. This is clipping. This is clipping. I'm asking too much of the game. No, it was clipping, I saw it, you can't lie to me. I can, but it was clipping. We can't believe the clipping away. No. It's not working like that. Oh my god, this is gonna be such a stupid setup. Why am I trying to retrofit cableway stations everywhere? We only need that if something with the water supply goes wrong, then we'll carry workers out of this area. The kindergarten will have to move and will be replaced with a cableway station at that point, I guess. Carrying workers across the waste storage out of here, across the the storage area and into the water purification area, basically dropping them off somewhere behind the water pumps so they can walk to the water purification plant, but also the water the water pump. We'll worry about that if it becomes a thing. I don't know if I want to acquire the skill of getting really good at putting cableway cars everywhere, but I kind of want to. Then who needs trams, right? I really want an inner city cableways line, just because. Especially to the commercial area down here. And the tram line. Everyone needs trams, yeah. But imagine a city with only cableways. It would be doable. And then we get the skill, and we can also run our resource transportation with cableways. Basically have a cableway that feeds the food into the grocers and the shopping centers. Would be good as it would reduce road traffic for the trams caused by the horses, yeah. Maybe not for the passengers, but also the resources. Is the Ferris wheel a new addition? No, that has been in since I don't know how long. Probably the start of the game. It's the Ferris wheel from Pripyat, I think. This one has a lot more lights than that, though. At least it's that style. It's a generic design. I don't think they're unique to the settlement that they're built in. Cableway station over this area into the residential area, feeding a small amount of workers to this place. Didn't notice it until now. Yeah, that sometimes happens. I mean, for me it was, for the longest time I didn't know there were underground cables in the game. Constant resource transportation via cable cars would also help the overcrowded street infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, it's not overcrowded really, but it would be a lot more efficient. We could basically set up a transportation route from a warehouse to another warehouse, and then from those warehouses we could transport it to the surrounding area, or also run small cableways to the buildings. Oh god. No, don't do it. You're crazy. Stop it. Food supply all the way to this warehouse via cableway. The dream. I mean, if I get rid of one of the warehouses, we could connect them together, I guess. Do it, you even have the blueprints for it. Yes, I mean, that's why I bought all the blueprints, I guess. You made me do that. We could empty out one of the food warehouses and then use the space for our newly found addiction to cableways, I guess. I don't know. Let's not go crazy with the cableways right now. We're reworking the water supply. Do it. Just do it, Palpatine. That water pipe is never going to go back through the water tanks. I kind of want to remove the sewage pipe too and rebuild it, but that could cause complications. Really, really bad complications. Because I don't have any sewage trucks. me know when this water pipe has been removed. I wonder... We can demolish a demolition to cancel it. So what happens if you try to demolish a... So yeah, pressing just the delete button cancels the demolition. You select it and hit delete. Don't even need to hit enter, it just cancels it. It's kinda useful. More hotkeys found, I guess. More and more infrastructure. Our population did not drop excessively again, it looks like. Looks like it has stabilized a bit. Now we're on an upward trend again. The water shortage has been dealt with. This was when the water treatment plant was undergoing maintenance, so yeah, I believe that was the reason. I think the rework of the water network is kind of important. Get the stability back. I haven't tested it, I don't think, but I would believe lack of drinking water also causes a loyalty drop every time they want to use it. And that would probably be even worse than lack of food for the frequency of how quickly loyalty will drop. Wonder if you can transport liquids via cable cars? No, no liquids. Only aggregates and solids. It does tell you in the cableway car menu for the building. So you have aggregate, cableway car, loading stations, and you have the big cableway stations for the solids. Chemicals can be transported, but they count as solids because they're packaged, I guess. But yeah, no fluids. Aerial tramway. I don't know. It seems too risky. Tram these nuts. Oh, shush you, Decipher. Substation is fine. Yeah, I hope this new water treatment plant will put us into reliability. I'm just building it, even though the test we did was unsuccessful, so let's hope it's true. I did test it off stream, again. You're fine. No drinking water. You're fine. We're working on that. Ponya's free on stream. I have that one redeemed, yeah. It's really easy to filter for. Free's best deal. Nah, best deal is getting $1 million US while you claim it. But they don't do that yet. Still waiting for that. We get money for playing a game. Would be perfect. I'll play it then, probably Humble Bundle stuff. I have 40 Ponya games in my Steam library. I never played them either. I don't know if I ever will, but hey, it's another game for the Steam library. Onto the pile of shame it goes. For redundancy's sake, we always need to have at least 50% unplayed games in Steam, otherwise we run the risk of running out of games to play. We learned that from Workers and Resources. I could run 2 passenger trains shunting food into the area, and I think I will. Because the food supply here is insufficient most of the time. Then we would have a waiting platform for incoming trains off of this area. If we can build that. It has so much food to do the run though. I guess we could add a couple more food train cars, but that's not the issue. The issue is when it needs to leave. The local storage capacity is insufficient for the time it takes to run through. Wait. Yeah, you should be able to make the trip correctly. Let's see if you're going a wrong way or something. Like if maybe you decided to go through the whole station because there was another train coming through here. You shouldn't normally do that. Only for vehicle maintenance. Just as a test. This is the line we need to take. Oh, wait. This is the line we need to take. Yes. That's correct. Yeah, it empties out fairly slowly, but the other stores also pull food from this via truck routes, so there could be a shortage. Thought it had enough capacity. Are you calling right now? You're calling right now. Maybe that's the issue. You don't have the ability to return here because you need to do the whole loop to the border and back. Okay. 2, 4, 5 train cars, a refrigerated one. Right. Run the production. We'll set up another shunting train to run food there. I'll build some extra train tracks to park a train in the area for incoming food supply. That'll hopefully solve it. I don't know if this is long enough. Train length is 63 meters. Seems like it would be. Barely. Yep. We can run 2 trains here. We'll do that. Oh, don't stress, just drop it like it's hot. That could cause serious injuries though, gotta be careful. If at some point the water supply is insufficient, I can just hook this up to a water direct connection from the treatment plant with a large water pump to help fill the water tower. But for now it's going to go through the normal process of going through the city. Machine replacement for the hazardous waste incinerator. All resources here, just 6 workdays, slowly ticking through. No trouble. Higher priority on the water supply here, please. This is taking care of orphanages. And apparently the water transportation by truck is not doing too well. Bit of criminality. Might drop in a small technical service in the area for the water trucks to pick up from this treatment plant. Seems to be on variable schedule. A queue in front of the shopping center as food is running out. There's our supply train. There we go. And with this we can run up to 3 trains through here, keeping the food supply going. 1 train waiting at this station and 2 trains waiting in this area. I'm not counting the pickup point as a waiting point, because that would be foolish. That would be too many trains. If I need more trains, then I'll have to make an external waiting area, but 3 trains is ridiculously many for that small shopping center, but I think it's good to have them. I think we'll only build a second one though, for now. A third one is there for the ability to have redundancy in case we need it. As with so many things in this game, once the amount of citizen gets really high. Why are there so few professors? %. Everything looks good. Hooked up to all facilities. Very nice. Except this fire station. No waste storage. The ability to just stop cableway cars and disconnect them, do some modification underneath and then reconnect them and rerun them, makes them really convenient, I think. Unless we need to move the towers, then I guess I'll have to be paused for a while. I don't know if that changes the amount of cableway cars that can be stored inside a cableway station. If I were to remove this cableway line and this one, would it still be able to store all the cableway cars? I think so. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. And the towers are fairly quick to build and tear down. I don't think that would be a huge issue. so we don't need that many workers in the steel mill. Except when we have to do construction. There's a lot of steel sitting around here. Which is nice. That's what we want. We want to have a surplus of steel, and we only export if we need more money, which currently we don't. 1.4 billion rubles loan capacity. 5 times our current, almost 5 times our current money. We're still not lower on the bitumen. How little asphalt is this republic consuming? It's ridiculous. I like it. Haven't built factory connections in a while, I guess. Maybe this water tower needs to move. This is like a perfect route for a cableway, isn't for a cableway. Right through this area. Nah, not really. I'm just seeing ghosts everywhere now. 23% down to 17% until maintenance. I think we're on track to get the new setup in place before that thing becomes a liability for our republic. Should not become a problem, I don't think. Just developing more and more buffer storages everywhere. That should help keep us alive once there's a short-term interruption from maintenance of buildings. Ghosts. Well, I'm seeing problems everywhere that I look. Potential problems which haven't even cropped up yet. The Ultra Evil. Not that evil. But they could be. Every problem could end the Republic right here. Why is the secret police not taking care of this area? Is it the only building? There's a couple buildings up here that are running with unknown loyalty. I guess it's because we're running out of higher educated workers. That's the problem. Down to 21%. I think our source of very loyal, highly educated workers has to be the prisons, not the universities. Are there any elevated vanilla metro stations? Don't remember. Yes. Hello, Rogue. Rogue Gaming. When elevated metro stations are part of the default. So you get metro platforms, you have ground metro platforms, and you have elevated ones above ground. Large and small. Forbidden technology. In this run, yes. Sort of. Go. Water is back. Ground metro and underground. No, I moused over the above ground one. Yeah, you have the above ground metro. You have the two large and small above ground. You have the ground level ones, and then the underground ones. So 2 each for above ground, underground, and on ground. No mods. I have no mods. RIP MegaMonkey56? Why? What happened? What went wrong? Chat on phone and screen on TV. Things are going too well. Don't say that. MegaMonkey 56. I have no mods, that's bright red to the face of his mods. I have one mod, which is the Time Master mod, so we could start in 1880 without too much fiddling around with the save games. And sometimes map mods, I guess, if you count those as mods. I would say they are custom maps. It's time for more expansion. No, the water supply isn't in place yet. We already had people dying of dehydration last time. I can't expand if we don't have water supply fixed. That's something for after we have fixed our water supply, not during. The northern part is the next area, I think. Plus the train station. Relocating the orphanage, putting a large train station in here for passenger transportation. And then maybe thinking about hooking up a coal mine. That was just a market correction for water wasters. Wow. The music here sucks compared to News Tower. Wow. Everyone's so rude today. What's going on? There's the construction vehicles. Causing a little bit of a traffic jam, it's fine. Coal mine, you haven't built one of them in ages. That's not true. Almost every run I had recently had a coal mine. Sometimes several. There's too many mods. Tried removing some, but there are always some new ones that look cool or something. Most of the mods I'm using is vehicles. Ridiculous vehicles though, mostly modern ones after 1996. Yeah. If you like more modern stuff, then mods are, I guess, your best bet. Only they would go into the left lane and cause a traffic jam further down the line. Ah well, my U-turns are catching back up to me, I guess. Do the cables also transmit electricity? No, they do not. If you have electricity hooked up to one side, it tells you that the other side does not have electricity. Also only using one lane. Yeah, they're still doing that, I guess. Even if they want to do a left-hand turn, they still use the right lane, unfortunately. Oh well. Maybe because they think they're slow vehicles and are leaving the left lane open for faster ones to overtake. Makes a bit of sense, I guess. What's the yellow stuff? Building is under construction? A fire? What do you mean? This is called fire. It burns. The other things are buildings under construction who aren't done yet. Stinky, smelly stink cloud. Yeah, that was fire probably. We took care of it. A house was on fire. Someone was playing with matches again. happens when you get to year 2000. All the PCs owned by the people just explode, but we don't have any PCs in our republic, so we'll be fine. Nothing happens. It just keeps going, however long you want. MegaCity 20. True. Well, right now it's MegaCity 20. It would be MegaCity 21 by that point. 21st century. Rail vehicle production done. Shut this off again. Get the train cars out. Alright, thought you started in 1900. 1880. Yeah. I wanted to start earlier, but that's what Chet voted on. Otherwise we would have waited for technological progress like trucks for a little bit longer. They were kind of useful getting them early. But we're still going through the eras. Well, we're still staying in the era that we're at. Rigged from the start, yeah. Sure is. Probably going to use Time Master mod next playthrough when I can play, so I can stick to the early years for a couple of years, where there was some steam trains in the 19th century era. I mean, what I'm doing is basically whenever I want steam trains, I just set the vehicle availability to all, buy the steam trains, whatever trains I want, and then I change it back. That's what I did for this game. I wanted trains even in the 1880 start. I for one did vote for 1850 start, yeah. I would have still used trains at that point. But trucks would have come way later. Hello Zadlier. Welcome. It even copied the train car assignments, very nice. That should make the supply of resources for the area way more robust. Monument placement, thank you. Tiny bit of clothing, and back off into the city we go. Like we're delivering a little bit of horse meat this trip. It's a model diesel train track layer in the 19th century. It's a little bit ridiculous, and then there isn't any trains other than that in the area unless you enable the 20th century ones for that era. Yeah. Those are the problems. Both the crop trains are gone again. How's the other crop train leaving so quickly? Also, it's still set to go to the depot, isn't it? Yep. Kick out the depot. Go back on your route, please. Now we have a train parked in the city waiting for its turn for supply for the local market hall, I guess. Which will work a lot nicer. Down to 91% quality. Pollution does affect it a little bit, I guess. Work to mod those trains as well, more animations than the newer diesel electric trains, where it's pretty much only wheels and some smoke. Yeah. If you want to have animated running gear, that's a lot of effort, I would assume. The spokes are going to be quite difficult to get right. Okay, demolition office, do your job. Let me know when this is done and we'll hope it's set up correctly to connect into the new water tower and back out of it. I need to know if they've reduced their water consumption, if it's still hooked up by a pipe. Let's try that real quick. Because they do turn down water pressure whenever they run into a building that doesn't have any water supply. Right now everyone still has at least one other water connection, I guess, and retains the running water. What if I turn off the water supply here and this runs out? Oh well, this will run out really quickly. Does this turn off? Do they turn into... Oh yeah, they reduce their water consumption immediately. Oh, that's excellent. Then you couldn't use the water tower valves for reducing water consumption, I guess. And if I increase the water again, they increase their water supply. Okay, cool. So that's one way to, I guess, deal with the sewage rework in an area. Just shut off all the water towers. That would work. Hello 50. Welcome. Can't believe that in 1920 the Soviet bloc doesn't have excavator. We got a couple excavators. What do you mean in real life? Had to purchase it from NATO block. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. Right. That's the fun part. We started in 1880. Guess when we got our excavator? Not from the west, because we don't have a western border on this map. Except in the water. So we had to wait for the one with rubles. Played with the Arabic map to avoid snow. Yeah. How's that working out? Should be fine, right? No snow, still a little bit cold, but not that much. All good. Excellent. So I guess I will, once I have everything hooked up, I don't know if they do that for the water pumps as well. I am going to risk that real quick. Shut this one off. Okay, this is going to drain really slowly. There should be one, I guess there will be some that are going to be empty immediately, I guess. I just want to see if they also treat this as disconnected water if the water pump doesn't push any water into the area anymore. At that point the water pressure and the water flow would be 0. Gotta be careful with this. But yeah, currently the water towers are still providing water. If I shut this off, it will switch to a different water source provider, and the ones that don't have water switch to low water consumption. And I want to see if they also do that for if the water tower is empty, or if they resume being large throughput water consumers. Let's empty this out and try it out immediately. Okay, shutting off. I think they remain large water consumers. If I shut this off, still, they might have multiple water sources. Yes. Who doesn't? You? No. Shut this off. Okay. 0 pressure. And you're reducing your consumption. Okay, so they reduce consumption as soon as the water has been completely depleted. Good to know, I guess. Even if the water towers are still open. But now I'm struggling with keeping workers in factories and other buildings, especially a power plant. Whole city turns pitch black. Yeah, that's either a job for a lot of small buses. You can also use personal cars, a cableway. Although a cableway has the problem that it runs on power, so could be an issue. It will remain large water consumers. Yellow snow. Not as much yellow snow in this republic as you would think. And the snow is gone again. Going away. Last metal scrap pickup from the water pipe. Water tower is receiving its construction materials. There's going to be a lot of buffer storage for the water network in the future. Crazy brightness when you turn your camera at a certain angle. Yeah. If you get water into the screen, then it becomes really, really bright. So if you're next to the coastline or you have a river going through or something like that, it becomes really, really bright. Desert also? Right. Insane blinding headaches, but some people don't even notice. Yeah, it's like all things, personal perception. As long as we're at around 50% pollution, we will not have a throughput limitation on the sewage treatment plant, and with 3 input pipes we should be alright to not go over it, even under maintenance. Only house currently available for the Soviet bloc. Yeah? What do you think I'm using? I mean, wait a minute, you might still be able to use a tower crane. I don't know when that one became available. 28. You'll get access to a tower crane. And you can use that for speed 18 construction bonus. Uh-oh. Court overwhelmed. Not enough highly educated workers, I guess. Fun times. It's not looking good at all. Second court. Not as many problems, but it's also getting overwhelmed because the first one is not able to do its job. But now I moved a lot of highly educated workers in the area, so hopefully it can catch up again. Okay, now I know we'll be using horses in the 70s. Yep. So we're trying to save money by not upgrading. No, we'll stick with this. This is our challenge. We'll stay that way for a while. Not sure if it's ever going to change, probably not, like I've said. This one next, water tower. take a while for it to catch up, but it should catch up again. The expiring prosecutions only started this year. I hope our university will catch up again. I need to run this checkbox. We got too many. Too many people. To recommend importing electricity or building a power plant instead. I recommend importing electricity because making your own power is more expensive. But you do need to realize that at some point that you only have a limited amount. It's not an issue yet with 12,000 people. But the most you can import from a border is 8 megawatts because that's the largest wire you can build until you get better technology. So keep that in mind. 8 megawatts is going to be your limit. Import until you're on your feet. Importing is just easier and cheaper, yes. So you can use imported electricity for a long time. Until you start something that consumes a lot of electricity. That's a lot of maintenance tasks. Probably going to reduce the amount of construction you're doing and catch up with the maintenance of buildings. You can import more than 8 kilowatts, just need to make separate grids from different sources. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, 8 megawatts per border connection. You can have as much electricity as you can import from border connections. Because you can also in the future research your own foreign power connections and hook those up, so in theory you could have an unlimited amount of electricity from the borders. That's true. But in the beginning usually you're limited to a single connection. Maybe two if you play with a modded map. Water tower done. We just need the pipes. Back to lurk mode, no problem. Down to 90% quality. Anything lower than that, we're gonna suffer a little bit of efficiency loss in the purification plant, but I guess that's what we get. Full 130 cubic meters of water throughput, even though the pipe can only do 127, so it's a little bit higher than the pipe can even muster.
Okay, just waiting for the treatment plant now. Dedicated truck to bring chemicals over will be assigned, although that might run into the issue of running out of fuel when it gets replaced, if we do forget to make replacement vehicles. However, supplied by the truck stations, the distribution offices, and the horse carriages will also be assigned. Mainly just the trucks, I think. It's not even any... Oh yeah, there they are. I think just the trucks, not these ones. If you invite immigrants into the Republic, are they all illiterate? Because if they invited a huge amount in the buildings nearby, stating workers with basic education needed. Western migrants are 90% illiterate and need a functioning school first. Eastern migrants are all literate. So migrants from the Soviet bloc all have an education. Some have also a higher education from the basic ones you invite. So 10% usually have a higher education. And then you can invite dedicated higher education citizens for more money, if that is not enough. Tiny bit of water towers poking out everywhere. Not too much over the cityscape, but definitely visible. Yeah, court is overwhelmed. 36%, come on. Catch up again. Stop spending efforts on these cases, which you will definitely not do. The rest might be doable. Oh, police stations now also run into too many uninvestigated cases. I guess these ones had no highly educated workers, but that should also fix itself. We should have enough capacity. We already solved a crime crisis with the police stations we had. The large police station has range to everything and can support every area. Once this one becomes overloaded, we need more large support. The northern area will have its own large police station to help with stuff. But otherwise we will have smaller police stations dotted around with horse carriages, and the large police stations get dedicated police vehicles. Dedicated police cars, I should say. Second pump will take a while to start functioning because of the electric substation not being up yet. That's okay. treatment plant will be able to run as soon as it gets chemicals. Corrected the traffic signs for better traffic flow. And there should hopefully be enough workers locally to just walk over here and build this building up fast for us without having to wait for horse carriages bringing construction office workers to the location. The warning message about some vehicles without fuel is because of the road crane inside the building. Not because of the work vehicles. As soon as the maintenance is done, that message will disappear. And you're going to get some horse feed after work. Let's assign more workers into the courthouse. I think I might have relocated everyone out of these buildings instead of just the workers with the higher education. What is what I wanted to do, but well, we relocated everyone. It's fine. We'll run this courthouse with maximum staff until things have stabilized a bit. Clothing deliveries. I think I'm gonna... Do I still have this building assigned for deliveries? No, it's only train. I don't know how you got stuck with those resources then. Try to send them somewhere, I guess. Or we need a dedicated vehicle to run the route of chemicals to the building so the two distribution officers can focus on other tasks for most of the time. From the public chemical storage to the treatment plant with waiting until unloaded. Then we should have clean water showing up in these water storage tanks, both of them. Go. First one output before the other, I guess. And it immediately gets consumed. Because the water pipes are hooked up here. So I guess we should be able to also chain chemical treatment plants, water treatment plants, to get really low quality water up to at least 99% quality water, and running it with dirty water. That would be another way to set it up. From 77 to 87, from 87 to 97. 2 chemical treatment plants from river water. That would spend a huge amount of chemicals though. But I guess with high population density and having the water wells inside the city, or just pumping it back out of the river, I guess that would make the most sense. I think in the future I would plan for 2 chemical treatment plants in sequence to try and solve that issue. So this one's at 120 cubic meters, almost at full production percentage. The new one we built is very low right now, because I don't know. This, well, through, oh, because, okay, it's just passive water pressure right now. Yeah, we need to wait for one of the pipes to finish up. Pipe not finished. Yeah, pipe not finished, and the other one doesn't have the electricity yet. This pump does not have electricity, so it's just running a little bit of water through. That's why it's already running. But once this pipe is done, it has all the pumps going. But at least it's showing only as 1% instead of 5 or 10%. Seems to be correct. Hope we can draw that water pipe the way we want. Should be able to. And then medium water pipe into the water substation with passive water pressure again. By ignoring the code overloaded, because I already made the changes. We're assigning a full workforce here and running through the current cases. We didn't have enough highly educated workers in the area and I sent more over. This one is running overloaded because the other one is running overloaded, but yeah, higher education is the issue. That's why I'm ignoring it. I don't want to think about it. We need more higher educated workers. Soon. Looks better now. Let's get that under control. Higher education death spirals are very expensive to fix. I'm glad we caught it before it dropped even further down. Would have been really annoying. Three waste pickups with 3 trucks. Should be fine. So you're gonna have to do the loop at the border, because I still haven't changed that. Is there any other train that goes in here? Why are you going there anyway? Why can't you use the coaling station that we've set up in this area? I mean, you would do that if we didn't have the loop, I guess. Then you would probably run it correctly. But I did set up the loop to... I mean, okay, what if we prevent the loop from being used instead of in emergencies. Then they would use the other coaling station. So I'm gonna have to shut off the loop, I guess. Let's do that right now. The loop may only be used in case of emergency. So we'll flip this around. No one can go through the loop right now. Both signals are pointed out of the loop, meaning that there's no way through, no legal way through. That is going to cause problems with the waste trains, but I think we set this up correctly here, with the waste trains being able to coal in that area. You need to turn around. And you're allowed to leave this way. This should hopefully work. I mean, it will work right now, but it might clog up again in the future. We'll have to monitor it. Illegal loop, yeah. That loop is only in case a train runs out of fuel to the border and we need to save it. No other train should really use that normally. So I don't want it to be a standardized use case for those trains. And now that this train has left, we're going to shut access off from this side. Only the bio-waste trains might use it from the other direction. Every train from the city has to use the coaling station inside this area, which is the only one they can really use. Unless they'll go to the customs house. The shunting trains are supposed to use this as a coaling station. And I guess we'll find out fairly soon if it'll work, because this one is down to 2 tons of coal. Not sure how much storage capacity they have coal-wise. But it should realize that there is access to a coaling station in the settlement. 4 lines, in fact. It's just a bit of a detour. Takes a lot of coal to accelerate, but then very little coal to run. Need to keep monitoring this a little bit. The coaling station is working fine. It has coal and water. Access to the route has been built by the rail construction vehicles. It's not a run-through station. I'll turn around. Let's see if it'll decide to coal after it gets out of the warehouse. The meat... No, it should already decide to do it. I guess it doesn't want to. Maybe after it has touched the waypoint, I guess. I don't remember why I have the waypoint marked. No idea. I guess I was forcing it to run this direction when the other one was an option. It's not going to the coaling station yet. Let's hope it works, otherwise I don't know why it wouldn't. Coaling station can be accessed. Maybe it needs to run a little bit lower. Maybe the storage capacity for these small trains is only 8 tons. Or less. We'll see. There we go. Water pipe. Water tower for the industrial area. This one is now also connected and supplying running water. Very good. If they're supplying running water and they don't supply enough, then we would have to upgrade the water pipe to the next level, but I don't think that's needed. As long as we make sure we use a larger water pipe out of the water tower, it should be fairly... almost the same amount of water pressure coming out of the water tower that goes into the water tower with the active pressure. Okay, this pipe is now connected, so it's producing 100 cubic meters with only 40% internal usage. Whereas this one is making... Can we get about the same? So this one is at 3% making 51, this one is at 4% making 38, so very much reduced efficiency because of the poor quality water inside the purification plant here. That's why this is going to be shut off and probably gets its own dedicated water supply off of the existing water pipes, its own water tower. Water well, I mean. Going through the... I don't know if we can go through the same setup. Probably not, right? Oh no, we can. Except for this one. This one... It's a little bit too close. I wouldn't be above setting up another water well with 2 water tanks. But yeah, for the time being, I think the city internal water one will be shut off. Can I hit the pause key? No. I thought maybe there was a keybind for the pause key to pause the construction. I mean, I can hit the pause key, but it doesn't do anything. Hello, Grayling. Welcome. So now our city's water supply is running off of the new water treatment plant, which might or might not have enough workers. Currently, it probably doesn't. But as long as the underground reservoirs are full, we're producing enough for now. Down to 33% from 40% cases unsolved, expired prosecution, and it should just get better and better now, as we're gonna run through almost all the cases, it looks like. I'll deal with the crime wave. If it can be so called. Okay, I guess that means supply of workers here could be a little bit better, but it's running near perfect. 44% at 95, double that, 190. We can reach our throughput that we want. Just might have to make the supply of workers here a little bit more reliable. Which would be the job of a cableway station, I guess. Going through our storage area. It's so silly. I mean, we can relocate the orphanage, the kindergarten underneath the cableway, right? Right here. Why am I preparing this? It sounds like it's going to happen. Then we can get rid of this kindergarten and think about the idea of having a cableway station there. That will feed cableway cars out of the area over the waste storage, over the warehouses, to our water purification and water well setup. It's gonna be super ridiculous. The water tower for this location will be built after the last orphanage has been removed. And we'll have to clean up this road connection through here. Get a smoother corner in. Rebuild the footpath going through. Clean all of that up. I don't want it to look like this. Another fire. Hopefully it doesn't jump over to the tree. .39 tons of coal, almost out of food. I hope the train is gonna call after this. It really should. It's getting close to that limit. I don't think any other train has run out of coal yet, otherwise we wouldn't be hearing any other train, I guess. But yeah, we have a coaling station for trains running out of the city or near from the other side. They can enter it from the other side. But a train inside the city needs to use a coaling station in the city. Alright, go run the normal route. I want to see if you're coaling now. Still not coaling. Are you going to be the first train to show me that we're going to run out of coal, huh? Oh no, now you've decided. Okay. Now it's working. Okay, seems good. Seems like it's working. That it should work for any train that's shunting inside the city, so should be alright. 30%. I'm still not sure why it didn't show up when we tested it with the clean water well we set up north of the rail construction center. It had like 93% quality water, or even 94, and it didn't seem to improve the efficiency of the water treatment plant. I don't know why. One chemical truck only. That is so much better now. Sheesh. Yep, that's what I wanted. An efficient water treatment plant. Okay. We learned something. Never trust your knowledge. But always trust it. Otherwise you're not making progress. These will be obsolete. Water pipes will hook up to these, going to a second water well. Maybe another footpath bridge, probably from the footpath connection over on the water treatment plant. And then we have a second water well here, which will give us a large amount of water purification capacity. That'll probably allow us to easily run up to 30,000 citizens or more. But we need to keep some redundancy in mind. We're not going up to 240 cubic meters per building. We're going to use at most 200. And those 200 we can only really get if the water stays pure, if this stays clean. This might get polluted every winter, every little bit now and then. So this has to be turned into a nature preserve. No construction allowed here. Until we decide to throw caution into the wind and say, we want the space and we'll spend another water treatment plant on it. So all that space can be claimed if we just build another water treatment plant and run them in sequence. Then we can purify from 77 to 87 to 97. Then we could make the water more polluted. Just the water pipes now. Then the inner industrial water tower for the well, all the buildings in the area, except the vehicle factory will be connected. Rail vehicle production also uses this one. Down to 27%, all cases being handled. I think I'm going to unassign this building again, send the highly educated workers wherever they want to go. And we'll see if it's still a problem later on. Because more of them would work in the universities. Would be better served working in here, educating more people to become highly educated and pushing our higher education percentage back up. This is so silly. Alright, let's get this demolished, I guess. We'll see if we can fit a cableway car over there. Going underneath our existing cableway line to get past this point and see if we can run cableways out of this residential area to make the worker supply in the water treatment sector more reliable. At that point I could also set up the second water treatment plant here. If we're going to feed workers to this area with cableway cars, that would just be sensible. But I mean, the one in the city is still there and not in a bad spot, I guess. Okay, you know what, get rid of those quarter-ton of chemicals. No resources, missing water. Yeah, I shut off your water supply. What are you gonna do about it? Would be an interesting project to make the whole City Republic cable cars. Yeah, but that's not really the goal of this run. It would be really cool, and we will be using more and more cable cars because they're just so real efficient at doing their job. But I don't know if this is going to continue going on. Like in certain cases like this, I think it makes sense because I don't really have a way to get workers over on the other side otherwise. Now I'm thinking, can you get a... wait a minute. Just out of curiosity. Aww. What a shame. Just a little bit too short. Not saying to apply it now, just in general. Yeah. There will be more and more cableway cars. Just not necessarily everywhere. We do have trams running. I also need to make sure that the cableway cars never clip into each other. I don't want that. That would look way too goofy. I mean, imagine that they're like timed in a way where cableway car goes through now when no other cableway car is in the way. It would be so risky. Paragon defined? Sure. Just out of interest again. Oh. Alright. And then once more, but with the smaller cableway cars, maybe they can actually get across. Maybe their wire isn't as heavy? I don't know. I think they have the same proportions though. Yeah. That's even close. Oh, jeez. What a shame. Oh, is there something? I guess the building has an elevation, a global elevation across. Old-timey kind of movie. That's a compliment, I'll take it. If you make the pillars higher, it may work. This made things more complicated. No, the pillars were as high as possible. It was just sagging down too much. I did make the pillars as high. Oh, you mean... Oh. I see what you mean. Yes. I see. Yes, you could lift the ground a bit. Yes. That's what you mean. I thought you meant just raising the pillars, but raising the pillars is what you meant. It wouldn't make things that much more complicated. Just... potential. Okay, let's change things around here. I don't know if this is going to do a smooth corner. I don't think so. This one should. I guess we'll find out. This might be too steep. We'll see. This may require separate pathways that are lifted for the sole reason of lifting them. Yeah, you can just make a small hill. I don't know how tall it would need to be. That would require some testing. Okay, we're draining the water supply. Why is that? Because these aren't full. Oh, because we finally hooked up the electricity and the second water tank is available now. I just got a little bit worried. Just a little bit. Defined paths would look so good. Yeah. Not sure if we need to get rid of this path. We'll see. This does not have enough clearance, does it? Does it? I can't tell. Oh boy. That way it would have enough clearance, barely. It's basically putting a mark. It's gonna make a loud screeching sound whenever the cableways need to undergo maintenance for tightening up the wires again. Yeah, we'll probably just have to tower somewhere else, close to the waste storage. Could use two in the other two different sides of the green, leaving only cable under the already active cableway. Yeah, that's what we will do. I need the second one on this side though, because we need to raise it up to get over the warehouses. Almost done with the waste pickup. Water's running again, excellent. Quarters at 23%, everything is still being handled. Man, the organization of water, sewage pipes and electricity wires has certainly improved over the years. This all looks pretty organized. 5 more waste pickups. I'll bring some horse carriages over, I guess, to help. It's fine. It's not that much extra. They're going in. The trucks are going in for construction waste and mixed waste right now, so we need 3 horse carriages for, or 4 horse carriages for the rest, I guess. Construction waste needs 2. Stop dinging. Who's dinging? I don't know. Let's place one in advance. Make sure that the arrow on top is, well, the thing on top is facing to the left. Just because lowest height. Because that's how we roll. I don't know if this is going to look right, but it does allow me to place it like that, so... cable's too long. Not sure if this will be able to go over the road. I guess we can try it right now. Still showing one of the wires. A little bit. Oh no, that's the lamps, the lights. That's fine. Nope, needs to be taller. Not going to work otherwise. Let's see. Let's place this one first. Tallest building. Okay. Second tallest needs to happen. This is not going to look right at all. Also doesn't like the tower being that close. Or maybe it checked for the wire and it didn't like that. So this works. This is too steep. Did I make it too tall? I think I made it one too tall. Yeah. Still too steep. Why are you complaining about other infrastructure being in the way? I think you're lying. Yeah, I think you connected it even. Okay. Now you don't like that because of the other cableway tower. Or the cableway wire itself being in the way, I guess. No, it seems to be the tower, not the cable wire. Okay, that one's connected again. This one now seems to have the wire as an issue. And the tower again. Yeah, it's both. It's really close though. Let's rotate this. Get it built here. One taller. No. That's just going to be a visual mess. I don't like it. Like these are going to intersect. This is not legal. Can't do that. Okay, so this whole idea might be not feasible. No, I'm not going to. I can. It's letting me. I'm not going to. You can't make me build this. I'm not doing that stuff, no. What else can I do? Have a turn so you can use the small and lift it after fit 3 possible small green plays. Maybe I need to move these closer to the houses. That would shut down the supply of most of the workers going to the industrial area for some time. But the cableway towers should be fairly quick to relocate. I don't know if I want to do that. Wait, no, other idea. Cableway station right underneath and then bring it out diagonally. There. If the tower isn't in the way, which it totally is right now. I guess it would have to start somewhere here. And then send the cableway cars out the other side. That might be doable. Then I didn't really need to relocate the kindergarten, but I guess we can always build another one. Or maybe something else here. I wonder if we can double stack cableway lines. Not really. Because they can't go through the towers. Also, I wanted to do this with the small ones, not the large capacity, but I don't think that makes much of a difference. Let's try it again anyway. It did connect it. Even though it showed it as red, it did connect it. I don't know what it looks like. That would be definitely fine. Also connected. That would also be acceptable. This might allow me to build it. I think it's the fence that's complaining, not the yeah, it's the fence, I think. No, it's the okay, sure. Looks like we're good. Do cable car towers burn as quickly as conveyor towers? I don't think I've seen a cableway tower ever catch fire. I think they're immune to fire, if I would have to harbor a guess. Because you're usually building them very far away from everything. So they only need maintenance, but I don't think they catch fire. Oh, well, this one can wait until we figured things out. This is such a weird cableway, I like it. We'll drop the workers off behind the water treatment plant in walking distance of everything else, I believe. Or maybe, well, next to the water pumps, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably gonna move that monument. Make the footpath connection out the other side. This might be able to connect directly into the building, but if not, then we can have a cableway station across before the cableway building itself, I hope. Quick check on the list of buildings regarding wear and tear. Everything citywide 40% or less wear, which is what we have set it to, so everything is fine. All good. Come on, the code shouldn't be overwhelmed anymore. It's at 20%. I guess a couple more cases and then it drops below 20% and the warning is going to disappear. The police station is already fine again at 14% unsolved, so that issue is gone. Higher education amount seems to be going up. A bunch of them will be below the age of where they can actually take over a job. So we got 1,777, 1,666 are actually working, 111 are waiting to grow up before they can start working. 60 people without their own flat. Excuse me? Is this uneducated people? No. Seems to be highly educated workforce with high loyalty. But that shouldn't be a problem. They can just move into these houses. Basic educated workers with high loyalty could be a problem. They should move in here, yeah, that's fine. Guess we'll designate that for high loyalty as well. Also working inside the prison, please. Not sure if that's the reason, but I assume it is. We'll see if that number goes down or not. We have a number of flats available for... Okay, no, it is not going to be people with high loyalty. I guess it's just people with any loyalty. So yeah, you're going to get any loyalty again, lower loyalty. So yeah, I guess that has run full. Seems like the houses have run full. Cool. That's actually very nice. We're at population capacity again. Just struggling with higher educated, I guess. So if we have 21-year-olds without their own flat, that means we are doing really well with pollution, I guess. The orphanages seem to be sufficient. Another footpath bridge for another water well, and also the crossover point where the cableway will unload its workers to the 2 water wells and the single water treatment plant in the local area. We only really need the water wells to be in a clean area. The water treatment plants could be in the middle of the city. We don't care about that location. Hello Bluenom, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. So we'd set up another water well. And that one would provide its water to the inner city water treatment plant, which currently doesn't have any water tanks, I guess. Or do I relocate the water treatment plant out of it? Build it next to this, double it up. If we set up the cableway station, we could do that. Then this whole treatment setup could go away. Oh, problem. Where do you go? You're going to a coaling station, aren't you? Oh, the water supply of the rail construction office. I guess that's fine right now. But yeah, we don't get any dirty water here anymore, so this is currently not receiving anything. I guess we'll just get clean water into that building. Otherwise, no dirty water is needed elsewhere. Get the rail construction office to get it hooked up on the water output for the water tower of the industrial area, passive water pressure and all. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Let me know when that demolition is done. I don't think I have any other water tower queued up. At least I don't remember having one set up right now that's waiting for the completion of a construction. There's probably still more water switches that we need to take care of, but that's something for another time. I'm going to put a cut in here. I think I'll take my break. That was fun. We got our water supply switched over from dirty water to clean water. This time successfully. Although the water quality here is fluctuating between higher quality water and lower quality water depending on the pollution level. So it's not ideal, but it is a lot more efficient than it was previously. And the production percentage indicator is very important. This one shouldn't go over 70%. Well, if it does, we need to have enough buffer storage, which I did implement this time, so we shouldn't have a problem with the maintenance of the building, even if we push it up to 100% usage, I believe. But yeah. Again, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be raiding over to, I think, Zadelier, who's doing workers and resources again today too. Playing on his island map. Up to almost 2,000 citizens. In 1923 still, so fairly early. We have been, I think he started in 1900. We have been at that time too. It's very difficult getting more than 1,000 citizens into a settlement at that time. So, continuously making progress. I might be back later today. Probably something other than workers and resources, we will see. But yeah. We will see. Not sure yet. We're up to 13,400 citizens, so good progress. All the houses are filled. We got some 21-year-olds without their own flat. Everyone's doing fairly well. Apparently pollution is not an issue anymore. In any case, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe also next time.